my friend. I feel like you just like can't get ahead. No, everybody feels like that in the U.S. these days, but man, I feel like extra feel like that lately. And I got a giant bill for heat today, which is a bummer because usually like, the whole thing about heat is like that was a lot of work. I haven't made very much money from it. I haven't really made money from heat itself at all, but I've done a few jobs related to heat that one day I'll get paid for from Amazon, maybe. But the bill today was big, and it's a bummer. So I don't know. I think we got to look at the dog. We got to get rid of the dog. We started the anti-dog version. Let's get some new wallpaper. I have a clean shirt on. Actually, I don't. It's the shirt I wore when I streamed last night. So Dracolin's gonna come bully me again, but I guess I deserve it. I'm still really Dracolin's wise words from last night. Still, look at that yellow bus. I really don't like objects in my wallpaper, but it's beautiful. I need some yellow things to cheer me up. I'm gonna try not to be too negative today. I'm gonna try. Like the start we have on the anti-dog heat is not a bad start. Like conceptually, I think it's conceptually sound. It's just like it's a bit unnerving to say like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna drop it in. We're just gonna swap in this whole new approach without like it's hard to really understand the implications of it, right? Like Q's is definitely in beta. So that's nice. A little unnerving. But as far as like the rate that we can achieve with Q's, which I believe is like the throughput is 100 messages per second, we're under that. Is it like we have high throughput is high, but like at most over the last week at least, although you know it's one problem here is we don't have really long-term but at most 24. So even if we said like, well, I can only do 100 per second at the moment with limits, there is a limit request form where I could say like, hey, can we talk about this? Okay. So a couple things. Dog is still plaguing me, and I'm realizing that I think a lot of what, maybe not, I don't know, it's hard to exactly say. It's hard to say how much it's costing, but that Band-Aid I put on definitely is costing me money, for sure. Oops. Because it's firing all these, basically I have an alarm set every second to make these workers do some work, and the way dog works, it just spins up a billion with names that mean nothing. And so, but it can't be that much compute because they don't do anything, right? Like the where are we? Anybody? We're supposed to be working on Velotic, really, but okay, this is Heat 3.0, right? And rather than, I don't know, we could keep, I just don't want to work on the dog version anymore. I really don't want to. Dracolin, no, you're not. You're my inspiration for the year. What you said yesterday was the most inspiring thing, even though I actually realized today I misread it. But the way I read it was so inspiring. Okay, so this is our new fancy pants. heat, right? So probably we should at least like try to make this a little more sane because it's obnoxious. So let's maybe make some more, let's try to organize it a little bit. I'm so discouraged. Like everything is just, I don't really know what I'm gonna do this year. One, you know, the incomes I had last year, one of them I'm like, think I'm choosing not to engage in anymore because it's too stressful. This was a big decision. It's been like a pretty anxiety-inducing decision, but I think it's the right answer. What do we call these? Gateways and nodes. And then other ones like old reliables, like clients that have been reliable and consistent for me for some time, have like, I don't know, the team's dissolved, everybody got laid off. It's rough. I mean, obviously it's rough for them. Obviously. But yeah, it leaves me in kind of a weird spot because I don't know that I exactly would say that I pride myself on this, but it has taken a lot of years to get to the point that generally speaking, I don't have to go out hunting for work. Like, you know, after enough time, I'm finally to the point where it's like, okay, people need a thing, they come to me, which is not always good. It's definitely not always a good thing because it does mean like, oh, that means like I'm at the mercy of whatever jobs come my way. From a certain perspective, there's not a lot of agency there. You know, it's sort of just me saying like, well, I guess I'll do this. So it's a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it's like helped me get out of the hustle part of freelancing, but it has flip side is that it means that, you know, I haven't had a lot of agency in what work I do and for whom and all of that kind of stuff, but I've made it work. But the thing is, a lot of those clients are just gone now. And so a couple of them, you know, there were lots of layoffs and they just kind of dissolved or whatever. Some of them were associated with big tech companies where I was like one layer removed, but then those big tech companies had giant layoffs and so on and so forth. So it's a pretty tricky thing. So man, Dracman, I know it's just the dream. Well, so I don't know. I guess I'm trying to take this as like, I definitely have a window right now. And I have like a couple of trickles of income and savings and so forth. So I'm not going to end up on the street immediately. But it's a concern for sure. This is funny because I remember this being a problem actually. Where these classes, like, you have to know about them, but you can't actually use them. Or by not using them, they'll get stripped. So anyway, yeah, so I'm okay at the moment. My dream forever has been a way to make money making the things. So as far as like what my options are on that, realistically what my options are versus the unrealistic of like, I'm just going to wake up tomorrow, I'm going to have $1 billion idea, right? Like tomorrow's the day and we're going to seize the day or whatever. Like, how do we do shared types? How do we decide we like to do that? Node identifier, I think all this stuff. Like stuff that needs to be known. I guess that really is just known by the node. That was weird. What just happened here? Oh, come on. So I don't know. That feels a little pipe dreamy. It's just like, oh, it's the brand new jam. We're gonna do it. Sliced bread and so forth. So then there's the idea of like, okay, is this like do we need to look backwards a little bit? Do I need to kind of evaluate what I have in terms of revenue streams and so on and so forth? I have a lot of tiny revenue streams, and over the years I've had a lot of tiny revenue streams. None of them have added up to much, and I've always had difficulty kind of cultivating them. you know, like fanning the node identifier, node metadata. Yeah, like, yeah, really, cultivating is not a bad way to put it. Like, cultivating these streams. So that's one. So, okay, so as far as viable options, one of them is like, is it possible to cultivate these streams to the point where not any one of them was critical, and like there's a way to make it work where I get a little here, a little there. That's certainly the product idea, you know, of like, that's why I'm revisiting Velotic, going to sell in the App Store, going to revisit a lot of old apps that are, you know, rather than starting scratch, like try to dust some things off that maybe could begin to shore up that income stream. And then of course, the other big thing is like, is there, and it's probably just a pipe dream, but like Twitch, is there anything there that could actually be revenue for me? I don't know, man. Draclin, give it to me straight. Do you just come here for old time's sake? The thing that's really frustrating, you know what? Okay, I feel like I'm a realistic enough person. Maybe this isn't true what I'm about to say, but I think it's true. I think it's true. I think I'm a realistic enough person to say like, okay, if something just truly was not working, like there's no way, like I'll never, whatever, make money from Twitch, whatever. Like it's just not gonna happen. Just no way, no chance. I think I could be realistic about that. The problem is I've had like a little bit of attention or like a little bit of success, or you know what I mean, where it's like, oh man, it's like it's almost enough to feel like, where does this live? That's node metadata. Why would that be here? Oh, because we have to get it from the, what's the right way to do this? Importing types? Like just say everything is, somebody's responsible for whatever the type is. We really do just have some like generic types though. Yeah, like as a streamer, is that ludicrous? I mean, I know I would like, obviously the thing I've been doing lately would not fly, but if, say as an example, it was like I just lean into Heat and always on screen there's some weird interactive thing, and that's just always what I'm doing. I'm always working on Heat. Most of my streams are Heat, or like sometimes I work on the back end, but it's mostly just front end. Maybe I have a 24-hour Heat stream running somewhere that just is doing whatever, you know. And I mean, I don't know. The like, even revisiting Velotic, some of the stuff feels silly. Like, oh man, it was modestly popular some years ago, but so you're just saying I need like a shared lib types or something like that? But I'll share declarations. Is this the right way to do this? I don't know. People seem to think this is better. Like, you would think there'd be a more... Yeah, and I guess that was kind of my thinking, is like, okay, Heat just stays free for people. Like, it doesn't really feel realistic to me that like individual hobbyists, whatever, are gonna pay for it, especially now because it seems like people are starting to use it more frequently, like through third-party tools that just support Heat, which I'm okay with. I mean, I don't think in general those people are making money either. Like, so the notion of small scale, like everybody pays a little bit, feels pretty unrealistic. I mean, maybe, you know, I could do like Patreon or buy me a coffee or whatever, and maybe some of those developers would be guilted into giving me a few dollars, but that doesn't seem really sustainable. So then the thing is like, okay, is it support for big projects for a real budget? And I've done that a few times with Twitch. Working with Twitch is such a pain. It's like such a hassle to get paid and get paid through Amazon. I'm having more problems as of today trying to get paid for that thing that happened in November. And it's getting harder to get paid, I feel like. The very first thing I did with Twitch, I don't know. Maybe it was just because that particular person didn't want to deal with anything, but they just basically like paid me through my Twitch channel. Um, like it was streamer revenue rather than going through all the onboarding and whatever to get. So I don't know. Anyway, it's frustrating and it sucks. And it's like I've had so many meetings with Twitch about so many different things that just haven't gone anywhere. So I don't. It's not something I can count on, you know. So it would be more like, I don't know, big streamers. I don't know. Not across projects, just files. The front and back end thing is actually a question for Pete. Wherever you want it. I mean, I guess I'm just making this harder than. I think we're just doing this. I don't. Doesn't jump out to me that there's a much better. For certain things that are like this, that are like. Node identifier, but that does exist in. That's actually an interesting question. Whose job is that? But node identifiers are really part of the node manager. So maybe the node manager really should have its own. Because that's sort of the like persistent data store. That's a type definition, right? So shouldn't that be, oopsie, shouldn't that be like import type? Not the appropriate way to do that? I don't know. Anyway, you're gonna want node manager. That's my normal approach to this. Export class, just regular role. And then like our environment is a thing that's pretty much shared everywhere, right? Like that's a Although it's kind of weird one because it's not really the same kind of thing. Um, you know? Node identifier. It's a type, right? Same with node metadata pair. Is that a type? Yeah. Is pair a type? It is. Okay. Followed by property access. Do what? Okay, we need utilities. And we had a utility. We have constants. I'll just go in constants. I don't know. I don't really understand instantiation expression. So that shouldn't have a type. How did I end up with that? Don't know. Okay, so I need utilities. And need constants. And we need... We do need node identifier and node metadata. What am I missing? Node metadata. Can I just... Oh, can I? Oh! Identifier. That's funny, because why would I do that and not just have it as the pair? A map. Well, it is key values, so. Presumably there's some reason for me to do that. Okay, so like heat, WebSocket, those things I don't think we need anywhere but here. Wait, what does declare mean? TypeScript. Needed utilities. Oopsie. Need constants. Okay. We happy? This is a function application. I think it isn't actually, because I think you do have to do some trick to make sure that these guys don't get stripped. But I don't remember what the trick is. Can anyone tell me the trick? like inside. How did we do that? Okay, we probably actually do want lib inside source, huh? Oopsie. All the routes. Forgot about that too. So how did we... Oh yeah, you gotta do this. Ooh, kind of a weird one. You're not actually importing, you're exporting. Okay, that's fine. All right, I need a bathroom break. I'll be right back. Yeah, it didn't get it. Oh well. The camera, I mean, didn't keep the camera settings. Okay, so what is the actual... We don't have many flare, but do I care? I care about that. So just to like take a quick leisurely stroll here through this code and try to remember what I did, even though it was just a week ago. So I think one thing I do actually want to do is it smart enough to do this? Like, can I do that? Will it refactor for me? I'm gonna guess no. It did. Did it really? It did. Okay. Good job, VS Code. Okay, so here's the basic idea. If endpoint is channel, if we're posting to the channel, this is how we... I mean, this is it, which is pretty cool, actually. Is if, like, we post click data to the channel, we just in-queue the click data. Yeah, do we need to do this? It's a good question. So a question I have is like, how much work do we want to do right here? Because the main thing that doesn't happen in this current whip heat is the stupid JSON web token stuff, which I hate with every fiber of my being. It's not true. I don't hate it that much, but I really hate it. Otherwise, it's this thing, and this is all the load balancing crap, which I also hate that I have to do, but hey. And this is where we process the queue. Which I do believe has to be specified here. I did do this previously. I don't really love that syntax. So we just export default. But like, how do I class. I guess that's why there's two, really. Like if I made this a worker, like what is the type for that? You know, like over here in Dumbo Land, we have module worker. Is that really Mataluke? Well, like where's that defined? Is that just in here somewhere? That one of Luke's types. Why would you say that the word module worker? Wait, what? Why would you say that that's not anywhere in the code? What? I mean, it's right there. I see it. What? Awesome, GitHub. That's incredible. Did dude do it in here? A module worker. So there's a fetch handler. I see. So the really, what's the types though? Types. And you would think there'd be an interface that was like, hey, fetch. Terrier. Sometimes sometimes you need things to be broken. That's all. Pops up CFD. It's just general Cloudflare. What I want is no, that looks like images. What? I just want to know where the like fetch. Where's fetch? How you doing today, Terrier? Email pages. None of this seems like what I really want, right? Is it? How am I gonna find it? Like you would think there would be a page. I want like types for a worker. Even like alarm, right? Because that's a thing a worker can do. No, I'm cranky. I'm just honestly cranky. Got a giant bill for heat today. Worker interface. An HTTP service. We want to get it from types land, right? I don't want to be cranky all the time. I'm a cranky old person. Well, how do you do this? Like we're looking at cloud. Okay, we've broken everything. So I can do this, right? And this. Oh, is this my problem? It's just I didn't type enough words. Right? And that's my class definition. And this should work the same way. I mean, I want to type here. TP service. How do I want to know? I want to know how to like autocomplete types within the Cloudflare workers types. I mean, we just need to go look at the compiled version. So we have Cloudflare with types, workers types here. Okay, so like that's a durable object has an alarm. Oops. So what is my other thing? It's like Q. Because we should be able to Q this thing. Is this the thing we want? An exported handler? A fetch trace scheduled queue? That looks like the things we want, right? What do we have? We have fetch queue. Why can't I be exported handler? Like, how do you make it? How do you implement interface? Rendered senseless. I did think, I mean, I thought about that, but I don't know. I don't have a lot of confidence in like monetizing the use of heat. I really don't. I think you want to get money from the whales, not the individual people. So I did think about like charging individual people to do it. It would be annoying, but it's possible, but it would be annoying. The other idea was, which I did start to build, was that people could like basically buy heat for the whole channel, because you know it's what whales like to do. So is that my thing? Am I just forgetting how to do this? If this is implements an exported handler, but then why are you mad? Jim was okay. I mean, I've had some injuries recently that make it. Ugh, I don't know how to get into it. It's okay. It's fine. I mean, I'm still pretty nervous about it. Like, but lots of long stories. But I've had to undergo medical treatment that weakens my immune system. So still nervous about being around humans. So it's a weird one, but trying everybody. So what class do you think that this is actually supposed to be? Like an exported handler with an inv and a queue message. So if with our environment, so that should fix this. But then what is the queue message? So what does it want? It wants to know about. So queue message just goes in within the and queue message. So it's the second parameter. That doesn't seem right, does it? I mean, is click data in this case the queue message? Exported queue handler. Message batch, message with type. Yes. So it is click data, I think. Not there. Somewhere else. Like that's what we're sticking in the queue. That seemed to work. So I don't know. I just don't know. Like, the charging for heat. It's tough. The really easy answer is a thing that you just can't do unless they change monetization. The really easy answer would just be to say, like, oh, it's a subs only mode, and then people would sub to use it. And then in some beautiful theoretical world, I would get a cut of those subs, but there's no facility for that. Well, so it'd have to be bits, which is annoying. I mean, maybe. I'm saying it's not the wrong idea. I just don't know if it's the best idea. And it's unfortunately not super easy to implement, but I don't know. We're redoing everything anyway, so. Okay, so I think this sort of kind of seems right. This really does kind of suck because it means that we have to we do always have to look up the gateway. And then we have to ask gateway for something. And now it's like send data to all nodes. Right? My actual retirement plan is just that rendered senseless becomes the biggest thing on Earth. It makes $1 trillion. And then I leave my body and just live in rendered senseless. That's the plan. Just a quick trillion. You know, they say that the first trillion's the hardest, but like once you hit that first trillion, it's easy. That's exactly right. The rendered senseless is the metaverse we've all been waiting for. No question. Who would call me? Why? I just really don't want to deal with anything this year, you know? Just don't want to deal with it. I'd at least have to deal with the things to get paid by Amazon, I guess. But okay, so we had 0 income in January. It's bad. Or like $11 or something. So, okay, the two main things this dude does now. This dude does two things. This dude handles incoming requests, and it says, hey, if you're posting data, just stick it in the queue. We'll handle it later. I'll deal with it later. I'm going to deal with it later. And right now we don't validate or anything at all, whatever. Which kind of isn't a bad idea, actually. Is that the right answer? Is that actually the right answer? Is to do the token validation and all the stupid crap? Do it here? And not on durable object time? And like rate limit here? I mean broadcaster rate limit. And client side. Or like client rate limit. Is that the solution? I don't know if that's actually better. I think it might be like do all the stupid validation stuff that you have to do, just do it here. And if you are valid, you're in queued and then you get processed. My instinct initially was like, oh, you want as little as possible done here, but maybe actually you do want a little bit done here. So that invalid things never even end up in the hopper. Because the durable objects are always going to be can, okay, so I don't actually know, like, the worker concurrency. Each worker is allowed to have up to 6 connections open simultaneously. I see. That's still better than the, like, single funnel into the durable object, I think. Okay, well, I'm leaning towards that. I'm leaning towards doing that validation in the dumb validation place and do the rate limiting in the dumb rate limiting place before we even send it. And that lets the nodes mix their only job is relay data. So that's interesting. Okay, the second job, we like get, how do we do this? Because we do this more than once, right? Like get this gateway. Like get stub. So we have to do that a fair amount. Do it a lot, actually. Object namespace. Those aren't, yeah, those aren't even like typed as. So all that is about getting the stub, right? That's what we actually get. That's what this returns. Durable object stub. So what is that, a utility? Utilities should be, everything's in there static, right? Okay, what do we actually want? Why am I undertaking this when I have 45 other projects underway? Why? Why? Okay, so there's a little name. That's a little lame. Well, so this really is just namespace, durable object, namespace. So we need that. And then this is a string identifier. And then how do you say what you return in TypeScript? Is it like this? That doesn't look right. I don't remember. TypeScript return type is, what? Is that all right? Looks right. Duplicate identifier. Oh, that's like the key. And in this case, we're saying so we give it a namespace, we give it a key, right? So all these places where we have this, not really the kind of programmer I normally am, but I don't know. I don't mind redundancy if it helps with clarity, but so we could do like a const stub. Well, in fact, we would just change this to, what do I call it? Variable object stub with inv dot node do namespace and key. Why didn't you magically import that? Oh, because it's utilities dot. I see. Oh, does I really want to do that way? don't care that much. Let's see. It's just anywhere we need to do this. Gateway namespace. In this case, the key is just gateway. And this is the node stub. In this case, node identifier. And this is the node namespace. We want to make a mistake here for sure. Namespace. Oh shoot. Wrong. Dang it. Oh man. Okay, wait, hang on. I mean, that's all wrong. That's wrong. There's two different. Shoot. Those are not equivalent. Well, shoot. Look at me here. ID from name is not the same thing. Shoot. How can I... Oh man. Just undo all that. Should have known to do a commit after doing big reorganization. Okay, so the issue is like looking up, which we don't really have to do that much, right? We don't do that in the node. Forgive me. We have to. Does the gateway have to talk to the node? Does the node talk to the gateway anymore? I think it's supposed to, and we just deleted that. But whatever. But there is a distinction between these two things. Between an identifier and a... Because actually this is... Yeah, like this is ID from string. And this actually wants ID from name. Oh, it's annoying. have two methods. It's one that's get by name and one that's get by ID. That. That seems like the stub stuff is only happening in here. Okay, anyway, so this is actually, we want this by the name. We want this one by the ID, I think. We want this one by name. Could probably find a way to make the identifier. Kind of prefer to always do it by name. Because this is us saying key. It's the key from the node metadata pair, which is really, what's the first part of a node metadata pair? The first half of a node metadata pair is a node identifier, not a node name. I don't even do this. Should actually. What is a node metadata pair? It's funny that it wouldn't return that as, or like wouldn't show it as that. Like the. Okay, anyway, and this one is by ID. Guess it's the way we iterate over this. It just comes out back as key value pairs, not the types. Okay, so that actually is a question though, is like the creation of a new where we want like a new node. Because we're just saying, give us a free. Yeah, like this is just saying like, hey, can you please tell me a reasonable place to send this? And so the notion of find free node is we look for any nodes that has slots. If it doesn't, we need to make a new node. And it's durable objects namespace, new unique ID. But I don't think I want that. I don't want that. I want them to have cool names. Like new unique ID. And we have a new unique ID options, which is jurisdiction. Like, how do you give it a name? I think I just want ID from name, and it's going to be like node dash something dash whatever the next node is, right? Like node, like if there's 0 nodes, then it's going to be the length of the node manager. Okay, let's think about this for a second. ID from name. I want any randomized stuff. So in that case, it would be node dash, start node manager. can you tell me that, node manager? Just how many friends you have? It's like nodemap.count. Could make that private. Should this be private? Probably. How do you do this? Like, is it length or count? Oops. It's a map. Is it a map? Size. Are we actively ever removing things from that? I don't know. Let's maybe call that size so that makes a little more sense. That's gonna be like this dot node manager dot size. So if it's 0, I think this is right. We're putting ID to string, and I don't think I want to do that. I think I want to not use, I think I just want to use names. Is that crazy? And not care about the identifiers and only care about names? Is that a bad idea? I think that's what I want to do. So in this case, the node name would be almost certainly some reason I shouldn't be doing this, but let's do it anyway. An ID from name. And we're going to put that in the node manager. Do I care though? Like then I don't even have to do this because I knew the node name. This might be all a bad idea, but like basically anywhere we have this will become node name, and we would never do any. We just would not care about. Is this an awful idea? Possibly. And then that really just means that this concept, not this one, this concept goes away because we're just going to do everything by name. I feel like I'm going to regret this for reasons I don't quite understand, but like we could have the ID in the node metadata or something. I don't really care. It just feels like this is way more predictable. I don't know, maybe that'll work. So this is just us asking for, hey, can you tell me where to put somebody? I don't think currently we're resetting those values, right? Like I don't think we're actually doing the thing we're supposed to. Oops. Who's returning hello world? And why? That is... There's a fetch. We do that. We're in here, return this. If we make it down here, this really should be a 404, right? The thing that's funny I'm trying to think of how I care. So let me just think out loud for a minute. So there's really two things that have to go on for Heat to work. One of them is the management of the clicks. Like they come in this new model, they come in and they get put in a queue, and then that queue gets processed. We won't go into details of what that means, but that's what happens. Separately, there's what happens with broadcasters when they connect. And when they connect, they get put on replicas, basically, like stored on these replicas. So then the question is kind of like, okay, there's that management and that bookkeeping of where of the like what replica has room, how many people are on a given replica, so on and so forth. There's all that bookkeeping, and then you end up with a known list of here's all the places that there are broadcasters connected, like they're connected to these nodes. And then the idea is that as we process that queue of messages, the clicks that we've saved, they will get sent to all of those nodes where the broadcasters are connected. So right now it's just like looping through the messages one at a time. It's a very inefficient way to do it. Obviously the right answer would be to just send a big blob there and it's all good. So, but this was the way to do it. That was kind of like most like the current incarnation. So we could do something here that's like, oops. Sample batch instead of iterating here. Iteration can happen on node. Probably not a bad idea. So that's okay. Like this, I feel, other than this optimization we just made the node about, the idea of sending to the nodes seems okay. Now, the idea of like how to get the list of nodes that matter, though, is another consideration, because really we need to loop through here, loop through the node list, and right now we're kind of being indiscriminate and saying, okay, is this really a viable? So there's two ways to do this. One is that when it's time to process the queue, and probably the appropriate way, is you do the work to make sure that you get a list of the places that people are. Like that's your job, is to make sure like, okay, I have a list of where people are and I'm going to send to those people. Or because we have known node names now, you just iterate and send it to all of them, some maximum number, and they just kind of like reject it if they don't care. So that would, one thing that would mean is what would that mean? I do this? That's not. Anyway, so like to do don't send to node without any connections. That's the appropriate thing to do. But what that means is it is important to be sure it means it's important to know who has connections or not. And right now we are incrementing that, like we are saying, hey, when we ask the gateway, you know, that's funny. No, I think that's still the way to do it. Never mind. I was gonna say like the node management could be independent of the gateway, but I don't think that really. Oh, excuse me. So status, what does that do? Is that how you like get the list? So find is find free node. Status is what? Shouldn't it be like 500? The internal sorter error, right? Status is not really a very good name for that, I don't think. That's what the queue asks for, presumably. It's the queue asking for status. Really, we want like node list, but whatever. So that returns all the nodes, which includes their metadata, which really is just a account. So what that looks like probably is like if node metadata pair. We got a type for this? Like, count, yeah. Can you continue an of like this? I think you can. Just to be safe, we could do this. So first we wait and say like, hey, if you've got more than 0 connections, we will send you data. So the big issue there is currently the gateway knows how to increment the count in the node manager. And whenever we get a put here, we should save, right? Like put. We have to get it first, though, annoyingly, right? So we have to find. Why am I not doing it like this? This is the way to do this. Or was that other iteration? The bad iteration. Is this, right? Okay. So we're gonna whip through and send everybody stuff. The biggest thing missing is the ability to... So this like is most of the way there, except for lots of like whatever, all the validation, of course, but I'm just ignoring, just ignoring the validation right now. Oops, because it sucks and it's boring. I don't really care. I don't care. So the thing that is missing is that on a node, that handles the upgrade. That's a broadcast local. This like route internal broadcast is how we do business. So I think the one thing we're really missing is this. Is like on close, letting the server know that we have closed. And so I did a little bit of work of that on another project. Can I find it? Can I? Is it a job? I don't think so. Okay. This is the project. I don't think it's a secret anymore. Well, open folder. Oops. Okay. So what did I do here? Here in Node, when I got a disconnect, I did what? Nothing. Instead, how did I tell the server? Did I just have a thing that like periodically... You know, that's interesting. That's an interesting thought. Let me think about this for a second. Do I know the gateway when I handle the queue? Oh, we really need to handle it. We need to do this better. I do. In fact. And so I already have the gateway stub at this moment. So, which is kind of lame, but I think I have to, right? It's just like that puts so much traffic up the gateway has to deal with. Like, at least I guess when we're in queuing, we don't have to. So it's like a batched. Here we don't have to know, right? I don't think so. So what I'm trying to think of is, what is the best way to update the counts of the replicas, right? I believe the way I did it in this other project root connection counts, quest connection counts. Yeah, I would go through each node and like periodically Oof, what a pain. Okay, so I need a way to let the gateway know when someone disconnects, right? Like that's a thing I need to do. And so either the gateway has to just ask everybody now and then, or on the node, whenever it happens, the node tries to tell the gateway, or whenever we process the queue and we send data to, when we do these requests here, we should pay attention to the results, because the result could contain the current count of people connected to the server. There is that other version of trying to do it with KV, but the issue with KV is it can be up to take 60 seconds to resolve. So I kind of like this version. What's the worst thing that could happen? The worst thing that could happen is that it could report 0 if there actually were connections. That would be bad. Right? I don't know why it would do that. That would be, that's a thing it should probably know. So in other words, what I'm saying is like, oh, you actually could send something to the, like, you could get, yeah, okay, let me think about this for a second. So you could get the status, right? This is us getting the status. Or you could also, after you got the status and you did your work, you could then put the status. And because you're talking to everybody anyway here, and these could respond when we do this. So there's a put. So the nodes want to handle a put here. It's the route internal broadcast. So when we route an internal broadcast, right now we just respond with this. But we could respond with a header that said, hey, you're cool, and I love you. We could respond with a header that just said the count, right? Is that a reasonable thing to do? because we delete it from connections. So it would just be the connection count. Is that right? This is a true or false statement. I think I'm telling the truth. I think we could. Now the issue here though, either way we need to respond with the connection count. Or we need to say like, if there's an error, then don't update the connection count. Well, let's just try this. Something like this. What are you mad about? What? Oh, if it's a header, it has to be a string. That's a little annoying. And we could return it as JSON. We could return it as... If it's JSON, we have to parse it. If it's a header, we just have it. So... For some reason, async, like JSON parsing is asynchronous in Node. I don't really understand that. I don't understand why. But if it's this way, we just have it, I think. So how do we iterate through, like if we have our promises all, like, values is an array of values, and these would be the responses, right? Like, funny, I haven't tried to run this at all, so who knows if any of this is gonna work. But basically here, it's kind of weird that there's not a type. Although it seems to have figured that out somehow. Magically. Oh, because I already set it up here. That's why. It's not magic. It's not magic at all. Then we need to iterate through these. So it's like for response of responses, and if response.status response dot status equals 200, and count equals response.headers. Actually, do I have to get headers also? I think you do. So maybe this is not the way to do this, because then I can't have like a rigid type that says that needs to be a number or whatever. I kind of think you can't just have them, right? Can you just have them? A headers object. So it's like node. It's either like has node connection count. Oh, what do we call that? I don't remember. Probably a constant somewhere, huh? I'd rather be like to int. Okay, what? What's going on? Just possibly not. Undefined. Okay. How come I don't know name? Oh, because the response. Shoot, it's kind of lame. Well, that doesn't work because obviously I have to know. Ugh, is it worth it doing all this, or do I just use JSON? So I'm like, have a response that kind of sort of makes sense, right? Like that's what other stuff does, right? Aren't I returning JSON? Ugh, let's just use JSON, I guess. What is it? Application JSON? I'll never remember this ever for my life. JSON. This thing, application. UTF-8. Let's see. And then this will be return the JSON and then also headers. And This will be name. Wait, do I know my own node name? I don't know that I do. Oh, that's kind of lame. I just cram that on the promise. I mean, I don't. I know my state, so I know my ID, but I don't know my name. So, but actually, not internal broadcast. It's a broadcast local. Should only happen if you have people connected. I mean, that's currently what I'm doing here, is just spitting back the size. But how do I know who is whom? Well, it's sort of lame. I didn't have the chat window up. Sorry if I missed somebody. Sorry. Okay, so what's the answer here? It feels easy enough to get the account. So this is like node response or something like that, like. So we'd have actually, I think it makes sense to just have that in the node, right? That's not a good place for that. Something like that. That'll be the node response, and then we need that. Not a typo, is it? return. Whatever data. Oops. Okay, can I even run any of this? It feels like it's going to be so broken. I've been writing code for almost 2 hours and haven't tried to run it yet. We do have to be in local mode, right? I don't even know about all the exported in Wrangler dev mode. Okay. Well, Postman probably has keys. Oh. Heat workspace. Okay, so we want to try to post to localhost something something 8787. I'm gonna post a click. Great. We're doing great. What happened? No fetch handler defined. Should exporting that default object. Did I not do that? I forget to export default of this. No. What? Why, what happened? Do I need to like set this to module mode? Like what's the... type? I don't know about that. But what, Bingo Tech, can you just force local? So, we're posting to channel. Lame. Wrangler module. Okay, channel is specified. It's almost certainly because I switched to a module, but but I want a module. I like it better. Is that a crime? Possibly. TypeScript template though is not. Maybe you can't. Maybe you can't do what I want to do. Okay, well, I don't want to fight with this, so can we just not? If you can't beat them, then just don't even try. It's my strategy. So, oh, we still have the word refrain in here. I don't want that. We didn't get the gateway initialization now. But because we didn't have a connection. So if we now tried to, that takes so long. Oh, because we don't have to have, right? We don't need the queue until, sorry, we don't talk to the gateway until we process the queue. Okay, so I'm connected. We created a new node. If I connect again, because I'm under the limit, I should still be on node 0. Found available node, great. Well, we didn't print it. We've done a bad job here. Okay. You are connected. You are connected. Clear, clear. Let's post some data. We got the clicks when the queue's processed, which is very slow currently. For reasons that are a little complicated, but in production shouldn't really matter. Unless it was like very low traffic. So like on the queue, is that in the toml? Like where do we define that? It's this. So we say the match batch size, probably want it to be 100, but we probably want the timeout to be only like 1 second. I went to pee again. I'm doing like a little pee pants stance. So we found an available node. It's all good. Now, the limits, though, like the limits of the gateway, where's that defined? So this says we can have up to 100. We have no env file currently, and we're not specifying env there. But just as like kind of a sanity check, if we said you could only have one connection per server, we should end up with 2 nodes. That's especially weird though, because why is that true? Because we never lowered the number, right? So if we try this again, we're going to end up on even more higher nodes. Is that true? Interesting. Okay, I'll be right back. This is promising. Excuse me, please. Hi, friends. Okay, so yes, this is because, and this is good, I think. Well, is it good? It's kind of a weird one, actually. It just means that it's extremely possible for the gateway to be wrong about the number of connections, right? But that's the whole point of what we're currently trying to work on, which is when we do the queue processing, logging the number of people per, right? So now if we go here and we post, 1 second later, we got that, we got no logging. There it goes. And this is right. This looks right. Like nobody is connected to those other ones. So that actually seems correct. I still feel like, what are we logging in here? Is it you? Is it the node that is doing the logging? Why the node? Who is logging the channel? You? It's you. That's if there's a post. When we in queue. That doesn't seem right. Why would that have happened? Why would this run 5 times? That's this. That's that one logging. Hold on. Who are you? You're requesting. It's the stub. And it's the gateway. Whoops. Oh, that's a silly thing to do. Pretty weird. Why would that be true? Like, why would this ever happen? Because that's this fetch handler. Still not right, so I'm pretty confused. Like, who is actually logging this? Gateway. Oh, right, it's right here. We're logging the channel. For some reason. Okay, anywho. Oh, did one of my WebSockets disconnect? Okay, so what we want to try to do here is we want to try to create a updated status. Excuse me. Okay, let's try this. We want to get the status here. I really like gateway response. Just the body. Do we have to await the body? What's taking so long? Because there's nothing in the queue. Now why is it taking so long? Okay. So, yeah, how do you get that? Shoot. Okay, how does this work? Text, that's what we need. Whatever, it's too silly, but let's just do it. Okay, we got a lot of nodes. Load balancing not looking so good. So what we actually want to do then is excuse me. What we actually want to do I'm so cold. It is so cold in my apartment. Oh my gosh. Not only my office warms up, maybe we need to like run the printer or something. Freeze to death. So, could also put on pants. So the thing we're missing, annoyingly, is these promises these responses don't really help us. Really. And we just kind of like decoupled ourselves from knowing anything about what the response is. I wonder like what's the right pattern for this. Pretty weird one. I mean, I can imagine making some kind of wrapper or some. So we really just need the name, which we have up there. So we could do something silly, like just tell the node its name. Oh, excuse me. What, what's the right way to do that? Like, I'm sure there's all kinds of fun things in here. It's gonna be a mess. Why does that take so long? So you'd need some way to like for the node to know who it is one thing, so that it could just be in the response. If I hadn't switched to using names, maybe we wouldn't be in this mess. I mean, because then I would get, because I could send the ID back. I don't think you could get from an ID to a name. I don't think. Excuse me. Good heavens. I mean, or do I just... Does the stub know anything? Stub knows a name. Stub does know its ID. So it could respond with the ID. And then... It would at least let me like build a little table of ID to name mappings, I guess. Kind of a sad story. Is there any danger of this being out of sync, of like somebody getting put somewhere new and then, I mean, we increment the number immediately upon creation, so I don't think so. Okay, anyway. Name. Maybe. No, it's not a good thing to log. It should be like this. I love how we're building up so many replicas here. This is good future-proofing, where when heat will cost me $12 billion. So we get our stubs and we get our nodes. Of course we know those here, but here, unless we look up the stub again, which would be crazy. That would be a crazy thing to do. The silly thing would be to like build a lookup that is like an ID to name lookup. And then in the response, because we don't know the name here, right? Is that fair to say? Oops. Like, what do we know? Just know the ID. Or do we know the name? Do that. Not happy with that. It looks cool. Oh, that's another problem. Maybe playing with fire here, but in fact, it could kind of respond with its own little metadata response. I don't know. Okay, don't do this. Still a lot of work to do even if we get this working. What's the list? Did that not actually return the name? So that'd be sad. That'd be sad, but wouldn't be too surprised. Why are there lyrics? Why are there lyrics on the instrumental feed, Pretzel? Why? Hate you. Oh, like a big thumbs down that says, like, report the track. Because this track is a crime, and there are lyrics, and there shouldn't be lyrics. Okay, so we don't have the name. So the right way to do this, like, I mean, that's got to break things, right? Maybe you only know that if you use the name to look it up. You know, like kind of one-way street kind of thing. I got a lot of notes. Yeah, it's on. Well, crickets. Node metadata could store something else. Maybe it should store the ID. Wait, I mean, you can always do ID to name, though, right? That's a thing that's always available. No, it's not. What the other way is, right? Like, weirdly... How do I want to describe this? Like, that would be an actual ID, though. We don't want that. We do want this to be a string. Okay, well, rats. And I don't think you can do... Okay, dribble object namespace. Always get ID from name. So we'd have to build a little table. So as you went through here, you'd like have to add your lookup. You'd have the stub, right? So you could always do lookup dot add set the stub.id to the name. Stub.id.toString. And then fonts name would equal lookup.get maybe. Sure, bro. Should restart the server so we have less than 10 billion. Well, we're gonna have them all, right? They're all gonna load. That's the beauty of our. Oh no, it didn't. Okay, that's. We totally kill it. We do have node 1. This over here was red herring. So this is what we want to build, really. So we need the old status, but then we want this new status. So what is this? Like when we get no dist, so it's an array of, we want one of these. Oh, not new, sorry. What am I doing? But then I want to node status push like I want to push a new array that is the name and an object with the count. Should have logged that, huh? I wish there was a less annoying way to do this. Like if there was some point of truth I could use that wasn't, like if I could use KD, for example, that'd be a billion times easier. But it's just too slow. Okay. So that was our, this is what we want to now tell the gateway about. As a put? Do we want to like put? So status, that's our URL. Okay, so here's the deal with this, is we want method and body. So this is me now. I'm trying to put. So the gateway, we currently let me do update. You're a put. Need to put root status, right? I think you're actually. I think puts are supposed to respond to something else, but whatever. Okay, so okay, but who logged that actually though? I don't know. So we're still logging it here. In here. Really should be like route get status and route put status. What do you want? Hmm. Sorry. Okay, so what are we doing? So that's good. So we're getting here. You know, the deleting thing's pretty freaking weird because like you'd end up with holes potentially in I don't really like that. There's a problem. Like if you're just always going by like the named thing. Ugh, that might be a fundamental flaw, actually. I think about that for a second. Because if you're trying to find something, you're looping through everybody. But you could just have like a wide open hole in the middle. Air? So in other words, there could be on somebody on like node 0 and node 1,000,000, and you would just iterate all the way up looking at your empty dudes, and when you made a new one, it would be at the highest number. It wouldn't be like the lowest empty slot or whatever. Because we're always saying when you make a new node, always saying when you make a new node, you use the highest number. No, you're not. No, I'm not. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's the size, which is even worse actually, because that means that's independent of the node number. And so it would be possible actually. I'm not really think about that. It's a weird puzzle. If you this is not necessarily, this is only valid really if you have the you do have like dead space in the middle basically, which I guess we could always enforce by just saying we don't delete you if you have 0. You're just not important to us. So the observable objects will always exist, but we needn't talk to them because we only get them when we do want to connect somebody to them, and if we do want to connect somebody to them. So maybe that's okay. There's some like nightmare scenario where that list goes forever, I guess, but I don't think it actually matters. As long as we're not deleting things. Like if we allow for 0, then it's okay. So, I don't know, maybe that's right. Anyhow, now a thing that is weird though is that like if our updates failed, you really could have a gap here. So I did have a way to like write multiple keys into the node manager, I think. So you could. We really need to be able to delete, right? Like. I don't know. For now, well, I'm going to say no. So we do have the idea of a put mini, which takes that whole array, and we go in here, This actually says that we're only saving if we are inserting, but not we're updating, which I think is actually a distinction I eventually tried to make, like an insert versus update. Like, I essentially only want to save. Just a question of when we save, right? Like, this is a pretty rare occurrence, I think. But like, it's whenever we have when we have to create a new server, like here. When we have to update because we've connected each person. So it's on broadcaster updates. Axia, what's going on, buddy? When we, I need a better way to know when someone's talking if I'm not looking over there. Other than alert. Seem to see something if it's like, if you're a VIP, you get like a little fanfare. Fanfare? Fanfare. I don't think you should get fanfare. Wait, hold on. Did you just say you're wheezing and cheesing? What does that mean? What is it? Okay, I'm gonna take that one step at a time. Wheezin. How old are you? Do you know about Pauly Shore and Wheezin the Juice? Are you're not quoting Pauly Shore, are you? Let's just do a little research here. Are you Pauly Shore?
This is what put this place on the map.
What are you doing, Mrs. Stoney? No, you can't do this. You can't do this here.
Now, you must leave now, please.
Look, Kashmir, Rajneesh, why don't you just chill?
No, but still.
Link and I are cruising the mountain, bro, and we figure we's a little juice. No, we sing the juice.
No Wheezin the Juice. I need to watch that again. I need to watch a longer clip.
Kashmir, Rajneesh, is it how many minutes for the burrito again?
2 minutes.
1 minute. 1.5.
2 minutes.
Make up your melons. Is it 1 or 2? 1.5 minutes. Okay. Okay, my friend. Try and experience what I'm about to chirp in your lobes, okay, cool? Today, buddy, we're gonna discuss grindage. How to fill the furnace, pack the cheeks, and stuff the gills. Okay? You're probably used to eating twigs, right? But out here in the US of A, buddy, we got something called the 4 basic food groups. And Link, this is not one of them.
Oh.
Look at what we have here. Dairy group. Milk duds. You hide these under your pillow, bro, so your mom doesn't find them. If she does, you're tweaked, buddy. You keep on cruising. Fruit group. Sweet tarts. Oh. These are killer, buddy. So citrusy, dude, you'll freak. Keep on cruising. Hi, this is the vegetable group. Vegetable group. Oh, corn nuts. Oh, put them on a pedestal, bro. Look at that. Yeah. Those are kill, huh? Meat group. Come on. Take the meat group. These are my favorite. Oh. Hey, you gotta be equal. Equals. 50-50 here.
You took the wrong hat.
Yeah. figures, hot on the outside, icicle in the middle.
2 minutes.
But you like that, right? Because you're a caveman. Cool, buddy. The beverage. I see, bro. This is what put this place on the map.
What are you doing, Mrs. Stoney? No, you can't do this. You can't do this here.
Leave now. You must leave now, please.
Look, Kashmir, Rajneesh, why don't you just chill?
No, but still.
Link and I are cruising the mountain, bro, and we figure we's a little juice.
No, whizzing the juice. Whiz the juice. No, whizzing the juice.
No, we juice.
Chill, bud.
No, but still.
No. It's okay. Just chill.
I don't even know what to say anymore, actually. What have you done to me? I saw that movie in theaters. I was very excited. I was extremely excited to see Encino Man. There was a line. It's the first time I remember a line to go into see a movie. Okay, you're literally wheezing. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wait, what is all the smoke? What smoke? Are you okay? Why is there mold and smoke? Do you live in a dungeon? Okay, and then cheesin'. To me, cheesin' is when you go like, cheesin', cheese, or like when like a little smiling mouse or something. Oh man, I don't even know what to think now. Pauly Shore. Pauly Shore seemed so cool. Oh, okay, what is this? I want everybody to leave me alone forever. I just am so sick. I hate emails. All I get are emails that want people want things from me. I just don't want to. I just don't want to. Not interested. Not interested. Can I just... Once my friend Lola said my business card should just say not interested, and I think it should. I just want people to leave me alone. And give me money. Those two things. Don't send me anything but money. Actually, how'd I get to be so cranky? That's just somebody who's like, oh boy, just don't care. Just don't care. I don't even care enough to write an email back saying that I don't care. Anyway, sorry, Axio. I mean, that legit is a strategy. Like there is, like, what do you call it? Like deterrent pricing. You can't really do that when you have no jobs. Like, I do right now, but like, you know, if you're pretty busy and something comes along and it's like, I don't really feel like I do this, you have sort of like, you deliberately ask for too much money because it's like, I really want you to say, I don't want to say no, but I definitely don't want to say yes. I want you to say no. So I'm going to tell you a price that's too much money and hopefully just like deter you, but I just don't want to. Yeah, I mean, actually, I don't know. That is a strategy. I don't know that I've fully made it to 4x multipliers, but I don't know. I've had like definitely have had like leave me alone pricing. I just am so discouraged. What am I gonna do actually? How am I gonna make a living? I'm gonna make money without like doing things that I hate. Because I don't care, man. It's just not worth the trouble. All these things that people email me and want things from me. It makes my heart hurt, honestly. Axio, my heart hurts because it feels like, sometimes it feels like my whole existence is just an email address where people want things. Or like a Slack address or whatever, you know? Nobody wants that. I don't want that. I don't want to feel that way. And now I have to like feel bad about it when I say like, hey, I don't really want to do this. Like it's something I felt kind of roped into to begin with, whenever it was, but now it's just like, ugh. So you can do that. I think bundlers are worth it only because I think TypeScript is worth it if you're doing something of some level of complexity. And it's pretty easy. I mean, I don't know what you're, if you're fighting with like Parcel or Astro or whatever, like ESBuild, if you really are just saying like, I just have a single HTML file and it just needs to look at a single like entry point into an app, and I want to write that in TypeScript, then ESBuild, fairly easy. The hot reload part is something you don't necessarily get, and that's the case. Maybe you want Vite, but I don't know. It all sucks. None of it's any good. Anyway, so we really only want to save. So how do we know if it's like inserted, updated? Like this actually gives you the key, but as far as set, I wonder what set normally returns. Anything? It returns the map? That would be weird. It'd be cool to like get that back. Like it would be handy actually. Oh boy, I don't know, man. What am I gonna do? This is no more technology. Actually, I need some career advice from you as a VIP with a star and a crown. What should I do for money? Does the method return anything? Returns the map. It'd be cool to like know. Or I could just always save. I don't know how heavy this is the problem. Like I don't really have a sense of how about this? How about I don't care. What if I just didn't care? Because this is not a frequent occurrence, really. So basically what we're saying is, if we call a set, I don't know why I'm like deliberately saying that's not async. That seems a little weird. Why am I not? Why not? That almost makes it feel like there's some danger. Like durable object saves. Like when you save, what do? We do await that. So storage should put all that on there. Object from entries. We put the whole node map, which kind of sucks, actually. But that's the easiest way. No, actually, that's fine. I think it's fine. Because put can take. That's interesting. They're really true. Okay, but I seem to remember there being like there is a state storage list, state storage put. Put. I mean, that says await. Do not have to worry about concurrent quests having modified. Input gates will automatically protect against unwanted currency. See modifiers for details. Refer to. I mean, that awaits, though. Oh, Terrier. It actually made me watch a scene from Encino Man, and now I don't know how to feel. And then I got an email that made me mad. I don't want to be cranky all the time. I want to be just wheezing and cheesing like Axio, you know? Look at this crap. What do you think of this? They didn't await it. I'm confused. It's just my father, Pauly Shore. Some would call Pauly Shore a nepo baby, I think. I still don't really know what I'm supposed to do here. The delete and the following put. I don't know what to do. So, we'll just keep it not async, and for simplicity's sake, for the time being, I guess. So we still have the problem here, though, that doesn't update very often. You know, like it actually. The other issue here is that's only a periodic update, which is maybe fine. The bigger issue is like collapsing. If people end up on a bunch of separate nodes, like some way to collapse them other than just like kick them off once an hour or something. Which is not a terrible idea. Just to say, like, you have to support reconnects. You can only have like kick everybody off once an hour or something. maybe. Or do you order them by the connection counts and always, because the issue would be is if people, well, there's a couple issues. One is if somebody's just on some stale connection and they're on a server by themselves, that's bad because that ends up costing money. The other issue is if they're on like server 10 and then every single person on 2 through 9 disconnects and a new person comes in, they're going to get, no, they'll get put on 2. They will get put on 2. But they won't get put where the other person is. So you kind of don't necessarily want that. You want to always return the server, you always want to return the replica that has the most users without being too many users. Does that statement make sense? Anywho, okay, so right now, if I like disconnect here and reconnect, I should end up on another node, like disconnect, reconnect. But if I go here and I send, hopefully now if I disconnect and reconnect, I'll end up on node 0. No, I didn't at all. So that's fun. What? What did I not? I think I actually did not do the put many. Didn't. So we need to put many node manager dot put set many data. Why doesn't that work? The data is a node metadata pair array. Possibly. So this is what we had, which was 11111111111. But now if we submit, we should get zeros all the way up to the 2 places that actually do have people, which are node 9 and 10. And now if we disconnect, we reconnect, we get node 0. So that is correct. Oh my gosh, a tool that I ordered a billion years ago. Is actually going to be delivered tomorrow. My PCBs should come at some point too for high score. One of these days. Okay, well, that's exciting. Okay, so the main problem here is that I currently have the replica updating. Only happens when we process the queue. And half an hour ago, I thought that was a good idea. And now, I don't know if I do. And that's why I'm going to see a text someone about lunch plans. Okay, so if I didn't do it this way, which now I think was maybe not a good idea. Good news is it's fine. Like, it doesn't matter where that update comes from. I just have to make that list somewhere, which could be like essentially a cron job kind of thing, like just periodically. What's annoying about that is it does force you to talk to nodes that you feel confident having nobody. Actually, okay, I'm thinking more about this. I think I don't like it because this means this is something that happens a lot. This queue processing. How do you schedule a worker? A lurker worker. I read that momentarily as like a luxury worker. So we did add that lurker thing, but it's not. I mean, we should have switched to that, right? It should be functional. Like Vigil, you should be able to say, did I break it? Oh my gosh, is it broken? I must have broken it. Why is... Why? Where's Portina? What happened? Ah. Internal validator. Callback argument. Well, that's my own fault. I think I pushed something at the very end of testing things yesterday. Something I didn't test early enough. What was it? Like I moved. Ugh, this is so confusing. What's the... How do we do this? We have to go into web and build, and then go into server, start. And what did I break? I wonder what broke. That seems to be working. But it's probably the stream start callback, right? I didn't actually really test that. Look at this. Probably this. So it's a sad story. Where's poor Painter? So what does it seem? So stream up. We did say stream up. Then what happened? No, that was a set timeout. Socket on close, set timeout. Oh, that's must be the reconnect. So it's actually wait, gosh, what is it? What is set timeout? This is the problem. It's this. How could that have ever worked? I don't think it could. So that was us like timing out our event sub connection. Is that gonna work? I don't know. Pretty bummed out, honestly. So we want to do I just showed the access token again, so now I have to make a new one. So annoying. So annoying. I just totally forgot that it loved to show the access token. And then it says, oh, you should use secrets. You can't use secrets on regular Docker. It's not a thing. Oh boy. Okay. Well, I'll just leave this over here for a minute. How does this work? So how do I do that on Refrain? We said, like, it's on the gateway. Had like some auto update. Connection counts. So who called that? Do the request connection counts, and then that does a topology update and so on and so forth. So who did that? So who's calling count? It's not you. That's just how you broadcast. Who is it? The gateway request. Gateway entry point. That's all fine. I just... Who is calling that? That really should only happen. It is an alarm. I see. So we're just running an alarm every 10 seconds or something. It's one way to do it. Alright, this basically is like every 10 seconds. Every 10 seconds, it goes through all the gateways and tries to ask them if they have more friends. So that could be better. Need a bathroom break. Be right back. Well, okay, so that's a problem. We really probably should do. What's this thing doing? Just hanging out. Probably better to make it the gateway's job, because this is like the high traffic. This is a high traffic moment here, right? Like, and this will happen a lot. And it's not really critical that the numbers go down rapidly. It's only critical if the numbers spin up. So in other words, like, if people come on, you always want to be sure that you're correct. You know, that you think there are at least that many people on. But if people drop out, it's not as important for that number to fall immediately. I don't think. I think that can just happen periodically. The calls to the gateway. I mean, the reality is, though, we do have to talk to the gateway to get the list every time we process a queue, which is better than doing it per click, but still. But I just don't know how to do it otherwise. Like, I just don't know how. Just don't know how. Okay, almost done for today. We've like made this somewhat more of a thing. I do want to take a gander. Just like, I'm gonna regret this, of course, but the just this crap that I hate so much. I hate it. I hate it so much. It's just like so not good or interesting or anything. It's just so lame. Something funny about this is, well, that's a whole other can of worms, actually. But the place we use this on the replica is that where we do it? We don't do that on the replica? Do we do that on the gateway? Or the group? Well, now I'm confused. Do we do that validation on the main worker? I mean, no, appear to. It seems like it goes to the replica fetch immediately. Must be some other. Oh, it must be a root. Must be in here. Yeah, this is just where there's so much. Processing. We have to have an authorization header. We require token specification and header, whatever that means. Oh, that it's like bearer token, I'm sure. We have to do this stupid to make sure we have a secret. We verify the token with the secret. We make sure that the payload has a user, which is weird. It wouldn't. I guess that's just the only content in the payload we verify. Really, we should verify more than that. And then the channel. Oh, we do verify that the payload. Okay, so we do verify that. So really, the only thing we're not verifying is the expiration date, which we should. So we kind of just had to port this whole load of garbage over to load of garbage land. It's possible. Let me see. Possible that this put already has a fake token? Seems that way, actually. I'm cold and I'm cranky. And I'm gonna eat a cookie today. That's my message today to you. I'm gonna be like Axio, wheezing and cheesing. I'm gonna go wheeze the juice. Okay, so a thing we could do, which we would now endeavor to do on like elsewhere, like before we in queue, I guess. So we need this stupid thing. Worst thing I've ever written in my life. Not true. Well, among the most frustrating, I think that actually is true. Just incredibly obnoxious. So then the thing we need to do, we don't have the fancy routes broken out in the new style. I don't know that I even want to really. But the idea is that we've got to do this stupid thing. Here's where we actually handle the click, but okay, ignoring that. So it's basically this. This is where we have to process the token and so on and so forth, which in the new land currently would be here. So we should get some stuff. I did this in a different way, I guess so. Since shared headers, just capitalization issue. And then the secret. Do I have an env? I have an env here, so presumably I can have a secret. User ID. That's something I think that's something we end up sticking in, or in the past. Like we would cram that in our, put it on our pipe and smoke it. No, we'd cram it in the, yeah, so this would be before we, which is funny, because we should know the, and obviously we know the route, so I don't know. What is that going on here? I guess these could be export defaults. Okay, ignore that for the moment. So that's that's a problem. Where's our env defined here? I don't know if it is really. Here. Secret. Okay. And then what are we doing? We try to get that channel ID. If it doesn't match, well, I already know this. And then how did we do it? I don't know how we did this. So in the root channel, we should have a user ID by this point. We should have a channel ID by this point. That's where we do all the cooldown stuff. But where do we actually... channel ID. Where do we actually inject that though? Isn't that a... Does the message not normally have the channel ID? Like, where do we mess with the message? It's here. Object assign. This is just us adding ID to the existing click data, right? So what is this? Should have an ID in it. It's a thing we try to do, right? Like, oh, we do that? It's just ID. So, what's your problem? I don't know. That seems kind of silly how we go back and forth, but we need to have the click data and ID is user ID. That's the thing we... Why would that be a number? HRD's not a number. Right? Guess we really need the type of that, right? Like the like what is in this? What's the payload look like? Just tell me what's in the JWT. Can you tell me the structure of the thing? No, of course not. Okay, is this what is in the schema? It's funny. The numeric ID. Type, string. What is user ID? The payload channel ID isn't equal to excuse me, channel. Book data, channel ID is supposed to be a number. Really? Does it matter? Does it really matter? It's always a string. In that we don't do numerical operations on it, I guess is what I mean. So parent secret not set. So that's true. It is true. I don't remember how to do that, but that's true. Secret equals have it somewhere. Seems like I do. Now, what secret is set? No, see, set it. Does it do something special to make the env work? What? CQs, CQs, that's what we are. Telling the truth? Simple end of file. What's wrong? Something wrong with my env file? Click env file to me. Env file to use for operations and env files. But how do you say which env file to use? It's supposed to just happen automatically, right? Am I looking at the wrong place? Env dot secret. Env dot click Q. Have Devavers. Devavers instead of env. Seems weird. Does it work? Maybe? Okay, says there's theirs. Got it okay. That means I checked all the stupid stuff and it was okay? I said payload user ID, are they opaque? Yeah. Okay. So the thing that's missing here is the expiration, right? It's probably a long time ago. Did that not work? What happened? That's the expiration. Okay. It's probably a really old token. November seems about right. Excuse me. Yeah. What? Doing the event handler for a request. Oh, okay. Weird. But this would be like... How do I steal the token? How do I steal a new token? Got it. Okay. Let's try this token. It's a long token. Valid token expiration date. I just got that token. What are you talking about? Just stole that token fair and square. Token expiration date on Unix time converter. Seconds. It's the 8th. What time is it now? Is this like a UTC thing? And that should be, that is data now. If date now is greater than the token expiration date. What? Okay, sorry. What are we doing here? Let's go over here. So, then this. We got an invalid token. So we have these two. Oh, well, that would explain it. Because that's a big number. One second, 1 milliseconds. So I think we're okay. 85, 88, but it expires at 89. Okay, I think that's actually correct. A pain in the butt. So then, in addition to all of this crapola, we also have to do crapola related to the cooldown. And a whole other set of crapola. We really do just store it on the cooldown show. Every video. Ugh. But it does mean that the node. Well, that's actually a little tricky though, because like that previously was a per replica thing, and so we don't have persistent storage in this case. So cooldowns are a different problem. Hotreload.net. Uh-oh. Is it sexy? Hi, Life is Yours. How are you? Unity has, it's a funny thing though, Unity has always supported this technically. It just never worked. Like, you could, Unity has always supported this. It's just like incredibly limited about what you could do. I can't even remember. I truly never even use it because it's very limiting. To use field serialization, you must ensure that the field can't be static, can't be const, can't be road only, has a field type that can be serialized, has a serialized field attribute. Is this right? Anyway, it is technically possible, I think, if I remember right. It's just I could never get it to work. Like, it's been way too long since I've looked. It was a really long time ago. But it was basically like, oh yeah, you can do that if you just don't. And then the list of what you can't do was like every single thing you'd want to do. Yeah, I disable the thing that would try to keep running. I typically set when you compile to stop the app. So anyway, it's always been possible. So I'm assuming that the way this works is like all your code goes in a DLL, like in some assembly definition or something, and then that's continually being reloaded. Seems cool. It's ludicrously expensive. Is it really worth it? I don't know. I mean, maybe it is. I hate, like, the, my goal in Unity is to never hit play, basically. When I'm working on a project, I try to do as much as possible in edit mode, which you can do quite a lot. You really can. Like with the right custom editor tooling, you can do a lot of what you need to do, but sooner or later, yeah, you do have to like play through. For what we're seeing here, like, I don't know, I've seen other people do this before. Well, I've certainly seen them do it outside of Unity, of course, but I'm almost positive I've seen someone do this in Unity with like some DLL magic. But I could be totally wrong about that. Interesting. Well, try it. Maybe it looks good. Is it great? Okay, so cooldowns are actually going to be tricky. It turns out. It turns out cooldowns are tricky. right? Because we don't really have it's fine to process these tokens here. I think it's fine to process these tokens here. I hate doing all this work, especially hate all the stupid crypto stuff. But what are you gonna do? Like, how much money does this function cost me every month? Who knows? Anyway, I could like, should I cache this? Is this the thing to do? Problem is in this land where I am right here, I don't have, like, there's no persistence. I don't have an immediately available persistent data store. I can look stuff up. I can check KV, which is slow, which maybe is fine. I mean, cooldown, I don't know if cooldown has to be like numerically perfect. Ugh, I'm so cranky. What to do? I need to eat lunch. Okay, well, I don't know. Is this really worthwhile? We made some progress today, I guess. It feels like it took a long time. This is like 4 hours. What have I even done? We have most of heat implemented, I think, at this point. I think we have most of heat implemented. I'm not crazy about... I mean, let's just check all over. Also, why did I write this backwards? That's weird. That's not critical. Not really critical. Definitely not critical. That's a real question. It's like when to do this. Not easy. It's not easy. Yeah. I think we do. I think it's not a question. I think we actually do have to do that. And then, okay, so the feature we are missing, we have like a pretty broken version of heat, or like, you know, it's just not, it's missing, it needs some like cleanup and hardening. But the only thing that is like a straight up feature that is missing is cooldown handling. And that's a tricky one. You kind of have to just handle it on the node. And I think that's fine. It's not that heavy of a thing. But that's the place that you know you have some persistent storage, you have a broadcaster, you have a person, you are duplicating some work. Say if you had like somehow ended up with multiple nodes and one broadcaster on 2 of them or whatever, you're like doing some of the same work twice, but it avoids any need for like agreement or persistence or synchronization or like meaningful persistence. We will persist in memory in the node that the broadcaster is connected to, but that's all. So I think cooldowns don't go here. Now caching the JSON web token is another. That's another thing of like whose job is that, and that's trickier. If we passed it through to the replicas, we could cache them there. Maybe, but I think the expiration is continually changing, I think. Is that true? Like if you're just clicking away in heat, how often does it change your token? Click, click, click. It's ignoring me. 97. 03, 2. Okay. Clear this. Go away. Be gone. Click, click, click. So, reflight is stupid, but oopsie, don't do that. So like the bearer token, EY ends in CK. Ends in CK. So that's interesting. I could cache that, I think. I'm so cold. I have to go take a shower just to not be cold anymore. But cooldown definitely needs to go to the node. I think that's for sure. Food helps. I know. I'm so cranky. I don't know. I don't like. It's not the best of times, turns out. I don't want to be too cranky about it, but oof. That's pretty. Why would I call a put there? That should actually be a post, I think. I think put. Put doesn't really seem right. Or does it? So this is where we are going to do our local broadcast. So broadcast local. So this is potentially a place that we could try to handle both cooldowns. That's a little tricky, honestly. Like rate limiting and cooldowns could be handled here, but it would be better to handle the rate limiting like before you even enqueue things, but that's hard. That's hard. Once you have a gateway, everything goes through, but then you have issues. At least with this, you get 6 points of ingress, I think. So I don't know. Okay. Taking a break from all of this, and I'm gonna order food. From Laughing Planet. Which I normally have a standing date for, but a little bit stood up today, turns out, also. Okay, here's what we want. Chips and salsa. Check. We want a Thai bowl with jasmine rice. Check. We want cookies. A cookie. Check. It's going to cost too much money. That's the fun thing about Portland. Everything costs $1 billion. Okay, chips and salsa. Thai bowl. Cookie. Check out. Checkout button's not working. Okay, check out. Bill 2, The Life is Yours. I think I need to take some mushrooms. I have some. I think it was time to microdose, I think. It's probably time for a macro dose. It's been some years. Maybe it's time. I need like a good mushroom kick in the pants. Good suggestion, Life is Yours. Okay, I'm picking up ASAP, etc. Credit card. Use Life is Yours credit card. For dinner? Okay, well, I mean, you could do that too. These aren't drugs. This is plant medicine. It's totally different. Very therapeutic. It's good for you. I think, and I'm not, I don't know. It's not doing well lately. I think maybe some, it's hard to say, is like microdose can make things better. Some are going to make things way worse. Who can say? Microdose probably wouldn't swing it that much either way, but a more substantial dose, I don't know. It's intimidating. It's heavy stuff. Axio does drugs for dinner. Life is, we have like a broad, the broad spectrum here. Timer 15 minutes. So Life is Yours doesn't condone drugs. Axio just eats drugs for dinner. And it's fine. It's good. It's called Wheeze in the Juice. You ever heard of it? Actually, is that true? Fresh? Dried? How did you do it? I have a little bit. I have some dried mushrooms in my cabinet. Am I gonna get in trouble for talking about mushrooms on Twitch? Pretty sure it's illegal for therapeutic. Psilocybin's legal for therapeutic use in Oregon, I think, in my jurisdiction. No, Life is Yours. It's going to affect you. I'm gonna make you do it. Come over. Life is Yours. You fly. Here, okay, we're all gonna meet. Draklin lives on some sort of compound now. I think Draklin has like. He lives in a place. I think he lives. I'm not gonna say the name of the place he lives. He lives in a place in Oregon, I believe, on some sort of like militia compound, and I think it's like a sovereign state kind of thing. So let's all meet up there. We'll get Axio, we'll get Life is Yours, we'll get Grimbone, we'll get Binary C, everybody. We're gonna go there and we'll have a mushroom ceremony. Oh, Draklin, did it get shut down? I did hear about it. And then I was like, wow, reporting on this, there's reporting around it. And I was like, oh, the reporting is probably bad. You don't want a special brownie. You don't want, here's, okay, I'm not going to try to change your mind, but I just want to plant something in your mind. Is that there are lots of ways to think about things like these. One of those ways is recreational, and I don't have any interest in that. I don't really ever, it's like recreational is not the draw for me. But I think that there are very therapeutic possibilities. Yeah, I like the book How to Change Your Mind. It's pretty good. Not bad. New Science of Psychedelic teaches about consciousness, dying, addiction, depression, and transcendence. Not a bad book. It's pretty good. About doing some personal work. It's hard. It's intimidating. Like I don't ever want to take mushrooms really. Like it's scary. It's a commitment. Last time I did it was, it's been like almost 2 years, I guess. It's a very different kind of therapy. Okay. What are we gonna do? We're gonna go to Draklin's compound. Okay, this is fine because you can come. Yeah, well, that's true. In smoothies, I had some microdosing, but it's been 2 years since a substantial dose, and probably even a year since a microdose. And my substantial dose is not that substantial. I feel like I'm a bit of a lightweight, I think. It's just my anxiety. It's rough stuff. Maybe I don't take enough. That's the problem. I need to blow the doors off the place. Last time I took a substantial amount, there was a tree that was babysitting me, and I was listening to this playlist that was just my only anchor to the universe, this Johns Hopkins playlist. Have I ever talked about this? I don't know if I talked about this. Anyway, Johns Hopkins has this like playlist for psychedelic therapy, and I thought it was going to be like, hey, this is like comforting, you know? It's going to be like, this playlist is here to make things easy. It's going to make things easy on you and calm you down. This is not what it was. It was a playlist that went a lot of different places, some of which were comforting and some of which were wild as hell, and some of which were like so intense, and then they would be followed by something really gentle. Like, it was good. It was crazy. I recommend it. I think the playlist is on YouTube. Don't even buy it, but don't listen to it unless you take mushrooms. It truly was a journey. And I mean, like, some of the songs when I was peaking were like, the song felt like a 2-hour long movie. The longest, like at the great heights of my experience, the song was more like not a. Wait, does David make that? Looks like something David made. The like one song was like a lifetime. Oh, that says John Hopkins, not Johns Hopkins. Okay, I wasn't. Wait, I'm pretty confused. So wait, that's John Hopkins? Is that the same? That's not the same thing as Johns Hopkins. That's just a different person. Oh, Jack, my anxiety is like... Anxiety's been wrecking me for a while. And then really the thing, once I got diagnosed with Crohn's and realized how much stress and anxiety has a negative effect on my health, like major, I started doing a little bit better with it. But last year was like really anxiety defined. That's why I didn't stream basically for like the most of the whole year from like May to December. So I don't know. Would like this year to be less anxious. So far this year has kind of been less anxious, except for the part where the reason it's been less anxious is I've been avoiding everything and I have no jobs. That, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't want to complain all the time. It's the bumpy days, you know? Okay, so again, the feature that I think is the missing feature is cooldown. Rate limiting is a different topic. So rate limiting is like making sure that, excuse me, cooldown's relatively easy because it's just like a fixed point. You know, it's like one user can't click more than X number of times per second. Is that true? You think so? The hot reload is going to just change it all. The cooldown, at least the way we have it currently, implemented is pretty simple. It's pretty easy. It's fast. It's all in memory. It's like not that big of a deal. I just had another thought. Oh, dang. That was a serious thought I just had. Oof. I have to think about that later. Cooldown pretty easily. Rate limiting to broadcasters to make sure like, oh, an individual broadcaster is not allowed to have more than 10 clicks per second. It's just a bit more annoying. It's a bit more complicated. At least kind of like with the tools I have available, like what I can save and where. I mean, that's often how people do stuff, right? Is like You keep the rate limiting underneath. The problem is, or a problem, again, is especially if Heat's becoming popular, like being used through third-party tools, like the ability to even surface to someone that that's a problem or an issue and things just aren't broken. You know, I don't have like accounts or things like that. So it's tricky. I mean, it's, and who do you limit, right? Do you limit the channel? Maybe. And I guess in that case, I know the channel, so I could have a bot just send a message to the channel that's like, hey, what's up? I bet the Twitch API wouldn't let me do that, but it'd be funny if it did. So I don't know. It's just hard for me to imagine that would be a meaningful income stream. To me, that like for Heat, the most probable solution really is like bespoke experiences. Although that said, I do need rate limiting. I think I do. I don't know the right way to do it though. Like what's the proper algorithm for a rate limit that is extremely fast? Like if it was Redis, I could just make keys every time a request came in, just make a, like, or sorry, whatever you call it, like make it a Redis entry, and then with the channel as the key, or something like that, and then I could, well, it couldn't be the channel as the key. How would I do that actually? I'd have to think about it. Anyway, but I could see a way to do it. I have to think of the specifics. But like every time it comes in, you just make a thing that is set to expire in a certain amount of time and then you just count them. Otherwise, you need like some moving average, right? Like you need some moving average and like some way to query that. Okay, Life is Yours. That is the most dastardly thing I've ever heard of. Wait, are you telling me that I should watermark the client side? Hang on. Okay, because I think maybe I love this, and maybe I. So you're telling me for like Heat Amateur that that I should just like watermark people's stream? And if you pay, you remove the watermark? That's pretty dastardly. I mean, I could also do something where like, I could, make a chatbot that is sending things to their chat. Is it, oh, do we need to like WinRAR style, like count it down, like full screen cover that says, like 10-second cooldown? I mean, it's obviously worked for the WinRAR people, right? They're rich. I don't even use WinRAR. I like 7-zip better. Okay, we made some progress today. There's still some things to consider. There's still 100 other... I mean, hijacking the stream would be pretty freaking funny. I don't know how careful... Twitch does review every extension, but... Okay, friends. Bracklin, Life is Yours, Axio, Terrier. Wait, can I do credits? Did it actually work? I think I closed the window. Well, honestly, Draclin, that's the thing that's a problem with lots of these, like, I mentioned I have like these little trickling streams, or I have these things that have some momentum, but like it truly is it becomes a return on investment question because of all the time and effort it takes to try to monetize something. Time that I don't enjoy, like it's not time that I enjoy spending. Then it's like, oh man, it's even worth it. Like trying to update this app that I'm supposed to be updating, but I'm not. I don't really want to. The only way I was able to convince myself to do it was by saying like, okay, I want to maintain the things that I make, but I don't have a lot of confidence that it's going to be a real revenue source. But it's tough. Yeah. I don't know, man. Like at least with like bits or something, it's entirely in the Twitch ecosystem and then nobody has to care. It's just not, I don't know that it's the right strat to pass that to the users. I mean, I guess the broadcasters might like that, so I don't know. The idea so far, I think Life is Yours suggested this actually, was the one that we started on sometime last year, where it was like you could pay, like a whale could pay for time for the whole channel, right? Like that was something that I had some basic infrastructure for. And we had that service is running, the Heat Broker. It would have taken a lot more work, but and the thing that's a little weird, if I like the buying of the bits, they have to do it through Heat. That was a place where it was pretty weird, right? Like I had to have a secondary tool, basically a second extension. So okay, I'm gonna go eat food. You are all the best. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry for being cranky. Tomorrow's another day. Goodbye.